think you aren't.
I'm not
Test,
going
test.
to because it's way low for me.
Test, test. Test, test.
So I'm just getting it out of our way.
Test, test. Testing, 1, 2.
If we could make it taller, I'd be happy with it, but. Hey, Alita, I can hear you now. So your daughter's not running this afternoon, but she's running this morning? Okay. That's good to know. We'll just count her as a DNS because she's on the start. That's too much fun, right? So your daughter's not running this afternoon? I can hear you loud and clear.
Squeeze.
The Winter Sports Club is amazing. It is multi-sports, and it's the only club in the entire country that has as many winter sports as we're able to provide.
I feel like when you ask our kids about their life in Steamboat, their first thing they'll say is, we grew up in the Winter Sports Club.
It's sort of like a second family for me.
The Winter Sports Club, I think, was my upbringing.
I think Hallison and the Winter Sports Club is one of the best places in the world.
It was almost another parent to me. We spent every opportunity we had down at the Winter Sports Club and enjoyed every minute of it.
Coming here after school and being with your friends and your coaches, it's just an awesome experience.
Almost every huge lesson or experience or great moment that has changed them has happened through the Winter Sports Club.
You know, their notion of creating champions on and off the mountain really resonates with me, and I just think it's an incredible opportunity for the boys to be part of that.
There you go.
Every coach that I've ever worked with, you know, here at Winter Sports Club or see coaches on hill with these kids, from skiing to cross country to jumping to snowboarding coaches, every single one of them brings a large amount of passion and dedication to this sport.
And the culture that they become a part of, again, changes them. And whether or not they're winning or whether or not they want to be an Olympian, they can be the best version of themselves.
We're so fortunate in this town to have so many amazing people help raise these kids.
There's something to be said about growing up in a competitive environment and having the mentors that the SSWSC provided. And you know, I certainly don't think that I would have grown up to be the person that I am today without their influence on my life.
It's so unique and so special, and having seen great places in the world, there's nothing like this.
Really, the Winter Sports Club is appropriate for all kids. Every single kid can benefit from the Winter Sports Club.
We have a mouse in
Well,
our
welcome,
wall.
ladies and gentlemen, and race fans everywhere. We are 5 minutes from start for the Sync Cup Giant Slalom race here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. We apologize for the delay. A little bit of timing and communications work being done, but we will be underway here in just a few minutes with our forerunners, and then our U16 and U14 girls will be ready to go here for some great slalom racing. All right, welcome race fans. We are just about underway with our forerunners. Our jury is in position and we are going to be getting our course clears here shortly. We apologize for the delay. Thanks for being with us here on the slopes of Steamboat Ski Resort, the all-out race hill for today's Sync Cup Women's Giant Slalom races.
Does the start ref want to go ahead and get a clear from the finish up?
We will be underway in just a moment. We are loading up our first forerunner in the gate. We'll be underway here for our Sync Cup Slalom. Our first forerunner is on course, Noelle Roth.
Oh, we got a backup start.
Our first forerunner. Yep. Great to see Noelle Roth back.
So give me a wand start, please.
In the race course. She's been coming back from injury.
No, I want another one.
in our first forerunner. Checking out the course, making sure everything is clear. All right, our second forerunner is at the start, getting their start command. This will be Wilson Walker, our second forerunner. We have 3 forerunners before our racing gets underway. Our third and final forerunner has left the start.
35.
Our first racer from Aspen on course. We're running TRS seating for these Sync Cup races, so the racers are seated randomly. They'll run in reverse order of their first run start for their second run. And Roxy Kroger is kicking us off here from Aspen onto the lower section of the course. Blake Chandler will be up next. Here comes Roxy Kroger through the finish, setting the pace. And Roxy is across with a time of 48.21. Blake Chandler from Telluride is our next competitor on the start.
And
On course, and Kylie DiMarzio is in the starting gate. This is Blake Chandler now into view.
I didn't say to send yet. I know. That's why we just have to talk really loud.
Thank you.
Send.
Chandler onto the lower section. Good looking skiing from the Telluride skier. And across the line is Blake with a time of 48.63.
Yeah, I told you to send 3.
All right, our next racer in the start is Kylie DiMarzio. Kylie from Powderhorn Racing Club.
On, 4 in.
And Kylie's on course. Rainy Fell from Loveland is in the start, but right now you're watching Kylie DiMarzio from the Powderhorn Racing Club.
Send 4.
Good looking course set here by Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club coach Ben Brown. Challenging tourney technical set for the racers, but nothing too tricky tactically, and Kylie DiMarzio doing well.
We got 2 on course right now.
Okay.
3 and 4 are on course.
Rainy Fell has left the start. She's on the upper section of the course from Loveland. Christina Shamsharan will be our next competitor out of the gate, but you're watching down to the finish. Kylie DiMarzio. And Kylie
Send 5.
across the line. Kylie with a time of 59.76. Rainy Fell on course in view down on the lower section. Christina Shamsharan from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail has just left the start.
5 on and 6 in.
And across the line, a fast run for Rainy Fell with a 45.38, our fastest time at the moment. Christina Shamsharan on course right now. Christina from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, she's our first U14 racer. So selected U14 racers from the RMD team are invited to this Sync Cup U16 event. And Christina doing a fine job here on the lower section of the course. Tessa Shagagi from Vail is on course up top, and across the line comes Shamsharan. The time for Christina, 44.53. That's our new leader. All right, Tessa now on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. In the start, Margaret Gustafson, and she has just taken off. Caitlin Lemon will be our next competitor out of the gate.
7 on, 8 in.
From Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, U16 racer Tessa Shadagagni is on the lower section of the course through that final flush. Making her way towards the finish, Margaret Gustafson, also from Vail, hot on her tail. Time for Tessa, 55.52. Margaret Gustafson now on course. Just leaving the start, Caitlin Lemon. Jacqueline Miller will be our next competitor out of the gate. Margaret Gustafson looking good on the lower section of the course. Margaret approaching the finish line, and the time for Margaret will be 51.95. 51.95. Tough break up top. Sounds like we've got a DNF for Caitlin Lemon.
Send 9.
So Caitlin Lemon will not finish. Jacqueline Miller from Team Summit, our next competitor on course. Abby Britz is in the starting gate as we watch Jacqueline Miller from Team Summit on the course. She's over the breakover by the coaches, a section we call pick point, and onto the lower pitch of the all-out race hill. For Giant Slalom tomorrow, we'll move up the start to the upper start house.
Send 10.
But Jacqueline Miller skiing a nice solid run down here. The Team Summit racer. Looking strong.
10 on, 11.
Abby Britz has left the start gate up top. Sonia Schaub will be our next competitor out of the gate. Here comes Jacqueline Miller, the Team Summit Racer to the finish line. And Jacqueline's across in 5th position at the moment with a 50.86.
He said, I'm not doing it now.
Abby Britz from Powderhorn Racing Club is on course.
And then we can
Sonia Schaub will be our next competitor to go.
Tyler to use the skirt he doesn't like.
Great group from Powderhorn here.
Yeah.
Abby doing a nice job. Onto the lower section.
We don't wanna have the
Sonia Schaub has left the start. Winter Phillips is in the gate, but we're watching Abby Britz making her way to the finish line. And Abby across the line with the time of 1 minute, 0.34. Here comes Sonia Schaub, U16 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Winter Phillips, her teammate, has left the start. Blakely McCord is in the gate. Schaub making her way through the hairpin down near the flush towards the finish line. The Ski and Snowboard Club U16 racer, Sonia Schaub, across the line. And Sonia with a time of 51.23, unofficially in 6th position at the moment. Winter Phillips on course. Winter U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Blakely McCord just left the starting gate from Loveland, and Mari Rennick is in the gate. But here comes a fast run. The U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, Winter Phillips, and Winter crossing the line, 3rd fastest run so far, 45.41. Blakely McCord now on course. Blakely from the Loveland Ski Club, U16 racer with the bright pink shin guards. Mari Rennick from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail getting the start command up top as Blakely McCord makes her way towards the finish line. Blakely looking solid from Loveland. Great slalom skiing here on the slopes of All Out at Steamboat Resort. As Blakely pushing, pulling, skating across the line. McCord with a time of 50.64. Here comes Mari Rennick. Mari from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, the U16 racer, looking fantastic down here. Nice tempo through that delay. And onto the lower section, Blanca Novoa from Team Breckenridge has just left the start. Lydia Pilarowski is our next competitor in the gate. But right now it's Mari Rennick. Skiing a fine run across the finish line comes Mari. And Mari with the new fastest time, 42.03. Mari Rennick has the lead by a wide margin at the moment. Blanca Novoa from Team Breckenridge on course. Lydia Pilarowski from Team Summit is in the start.
But you're still getting started.
Blanca Novoa from Team Breckenridge approaching the finish line. Here comes the Team Breck racer, and she crosses with a time of 47.86.
Who is our last finisher?
All right, we've got bib number 16, Lydia Pilarowski from Team Summit in the start, getting ready to go.
Weird though, because I can't hear it.
Lydia, U16 racer from Team Summit, will be our next competitor on course. And she's on. Hazel Barker, bib number 17, is in the start. Lydia Pilarowski be coming into view here just a moment. There's Lydia, racer from Team Summit.
Too bad because we got another start glitch. So it could've
Hazel
come back
Barker
in.
up top from Aspen will be our next competitor.
Okay. Oh, this is.
These are our Golden Seed athletes.
Okay.
Great to have these pair of athletes here participating in today's Sync Cup races. Lydia doing a fantastic job down here from Team Summit. As Hazel Barker leaving the start up top.
17 on, 18 in.
Good looking run down here for Lydia. Looking solid. As she approaches the finish, Lydia Pilarowski from Team Summit across the line. And Lydia's time.
We didn't get a finish. We didn't get a finish.
Did we get a backup finish?
No finish.
We've got bib number 17, Hazel Barker from Aspen on course. We'll have Lydia's time momentarily.
Start, stop after this and make sure you get another.
Hazel, little trouble there in that hairpin, but she's back on track.
We're going to hold for a
And
minute.
Hazel Barker through the line.
That was 18.
Yeah,
So switch.
So what
We'll
was
have
the
Hazel
status of
and Lydia's
17?
times momentarily.
Okay, get a hand on it.
The time for Hazel, 51.27.
Who was our last finisher?
17.
Last finisher, bib 7.
Bib number 18, Palmer Olvestad is on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Riley Reagan from Powderhorn is in the start. Going down goes Olvestad. She's okay though, hands in the air. Taking a little run back up the hill to collect some equipment.
Counting copies. 1-8 out.
Palmer Olvestad. Not what she was hoping for when she started the day, but good to see her quick on her feet up there.
I can hear.
We'll look forward to a good run from her for that second run. 2 races today, so that helps too. For the competitors, when they have a rough go on the first race, they know they've got a second one. It's fun to race 2 times in a day
We were still on a start
here in the
stop.
Sync Cup. All right, we've got Riley Reagan on course from Powderhorn.
Yeah, please wait till I tell you to send.
Eden DeMino is in the start. Riley Reagan down low. She's got the shin pads coordinated with the gates through that section. Blue on one side, red on the other. I like it. There we go. Now we're matching up. Riley Reagan from Powderhorn demonstrating style down here. Eden DeMino has left the start gate up top. Maya Lupiner will be our next competitor to go as Riley Reagan crosses the line. Riley, your time, a 4:7.65. That's fifth fastest unofficially at the moment. Eden DeMino on course right now. Eden from Team Summit, U16 racer, looking strong. Maya Lupiner has just left the starting gate up there, and Nadia Burkowski will be our next competitor. Getting a little low is Eden, but she's keeping it on course, keeping her speed going, keeping that momentum through the flush. DeMino coming to the finish line. And Eden across, third fastest at the moment, 44.70. On course right now from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. This is Mia Lupiner. Nadia Burkowski has just left the gate. Alessandra Loro will be our next competitor to go. Steamboat Racer knows this hill well. Mia Lupiner looking to put that home hill knowledge to the test out here today and put down a good run, and indeed a top 10 at the moment for Lupiner, 48.72 the time. Nadia Burkowski, some trouble up above.
Send 2-3.
Tough break for Nadia.
She's going to DNF.
Some trouble up there for Nadia, and she is off course. Alessandra Loro from Team Summit is on course.
Counting copies, 2-2 out.
2-3 on.
And Isabel Erickson will be our next competitor to go. Tough break there for Burkowski. Alessandra Loro, a U14 racer from Team Summit. Great opportunity for these U14s to race against the older U16 class. An invitation extended to those that are on the U14 RMD team and some invitees from recent great results at the H-Class Series races. So Alessandro taking advantage. Isabel Erickson is on the upper section of the course. Across the line comes Alessandra Loro, and Loro with a time of 49.46. Isabel Erickson from Aspen on course, another U14. She's looking fast. Alaska Speedy from Aspen has left the start gate. Zoe Nelson will be up next. But right now we're watching Issa Erickson. Issa skiing fast down here, getting a little bit low. Having to throw him sideways to make it through that hairpin. But across the line comes Issa Erickson with a time of 48.11. Alaska Speedy, we're looking for her up top. She should be coming into view. But it looks like some trouble up there, and we hear that Alaska Speedy will be a did not finish. Zoe Nelson on course, Zoe from Team Summit. She'll be followed by Aliska Popkova, another Team Summit racer. Zoe Nelson onto the main pitch now. The bright pink shin guards, perfect for a flat light day like today. The clouds are out, some light snow falling here on the all-out race trail at Steamboat Resort. Going to be Kira Rafferty next out of the gate. Across the finish comes Zoe Nelson. Zoe, your time, 48.07. Kira Raftery on course. Kira from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Ella Dre should be our next competitor out of the start. And here comes Kira.
What was that? Missed that one.
He was just confirming 2-8's on.
Oh.
Oh, and out goes Raftery. Like she decided those turns were a little too big for her liking. And off course she goes. Now on course up top we're seeing Ella Dry. Ella from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Camden Holmes will be our next competitor out of the start.
Send 3-0.
Ella looking good down here in the middle of the lower pitch. Through that delay, Camden Holmes has left the start gate. Lucy Novak will be our next competitor out of the start as Ella Dry through the finish. And Ella with a time of 48.97. Camden Holmes on course. Camden from Eldora, U16 racer. Lucy Novak from Loveland will be our next competitor to go. She's just left the start, and Jill Ward is on deck. Good skiing down here from Camden Holmes, the Eldora racer, looking strong on the bottom of the all-out race hill. And across the line, Camden Holmes with a time of 48.01. Eighth fastest at the moment. Lucy Novak on course right now. Lucy from Loveland Ski Club. Jill Ward has just left the starting gate from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. And Kaylee Goforth will be our next competitor out of the start. Lucy, some nice skiing down here on the lower section through that final flush. Lucy Novak from Loveland across the line with a time of 48.26. On course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale in the start, Kaylee Goforth. Kaylee from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
3-4 on, 3-5.
Copy. I didn't hear what that other one was.
Going to be an overtake. That was too short an interval. All right, we've got Kaylee Goforth on course up above, Jill Ward down below. Here comes Kaylee into view behind Jill Ward coming to the finish.
Oh, she'll make it. Send 3-5. It'll be close, but they're not.
Jill across with a time of 1 minute, 14 seconds, .03, and Kaylee across right behind her with a time second fastest so far, 43.71. Here comes Brittany Freudenberger from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Brittany, a U14 racer. Naya Brogy will be our next competitor out of the start. Great to see these U14 racers. They're skiing well amongst this U16 field. In fact, Brittany's teammate Christina Shamshran currently in third position overall. Brittany skiing a good run as well. Naya Brogy has left the start. Bailey Hayes will be our next competitor as Brittany Freudenberger makes her way through the finish and across the line. And the time for Brittany, 47.92. Here comes Naya Brogy. Bailey Hayes getting the start countdown up top from Eldora. Naya down here from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Good solid balance skiing for Naya.
Copy.
Skiing this course set by her coach, Ben Brown. Naya reaching across the line, and she'll have a time of 49.86. Bailey Hayes from Eldora, our next racer on course. In the start, Logan Gross-Didier from Steamboat. Give her time.
Yeah.
Bailey Hayes, the Eldora racer, looking solid.
Oh, I knew that. Send 3-8.
Nice job down through the lower section. She comes. Logan Gross-Didier has just left the start up top, and across the line comes bib number 37, Bailey Hayes, with a time of 55.56. Logan Gross-Didier on course. Jessica Hyde from Winter Park is in the gate. Oh, and Logan straddling a gate, and off course she goes. It's going to be a did not finish for Logan Gross-Didier. Jessica Hyde from Team Winter Park is on course. Marlos Adrianci will be our next competitor to go. Two Winter Park racers going back to back. Jessica Hyde with some nice skiing down here on the lower pitch. Good rhythm to this course. They're turny technical turns, but a great rhythm to this course. A couple delays for the girls. A great setup for racing here today. Jessica Hyde from Team Winter Park into the final flush as her teammate Marlos Adriansi has left the starting gate. Sienna Fuller will be our next competitor on course. And across the line for Jessica Hyde, it's going to be a time of 49.34. Here comes
Send 4-1.
Marlois Adriansi from Winter Park. Sienna Fuller has just left the starting gate. Anya Loinig will be our next competitor out of the gate.
Copy.
Across the line she comes. Marlois with a time of 49.66. Sienna Fuller. There's a start-stop.
Oh, start top.
Sienna Fuller from Aspen, a U14 racer on course. When losing a ski there, Sienna Fuller, tough break. It's going to be a did not finish.
Timing copies 4-1 out.
Grab that ski there, Sienna. All right. Non-course now. Behind her is Anya Loinig. Anya, U14 racer from Team Summit.
And announce who's in the start.
Good looking ski there for Loinig. Nice recovery to stay in on that hairpin. Anya Loinig, these U14 racers skiing well. Loinig across fifth fastest so far. Anya with a 4.99.
Send 4-3.
Ava Vincent will be our next competitor to go.
4-3 is on.
Gracie Cohn is in the start.
Copy.
Ava Vincent from Eldora coming into view. About 15 seconds for the racers on that upper flats before they come into view here on the main pitch on the lower part of the all-out race hill. Ava skiing well from Eldora.
We need to stop start, confirm the stop start, and then the rest of the information.
From the
Because all I heard was
U16
there's
class.
no-
Gracie
I just
Cohn
heard
from
there's a
Ski and
red
Snowboard
gate.
Club Vail will be our
That's all
next
I heard.
competitor.
Send 4-4. Hear the stop start. I just heard there's a red gate.
Vincent looking strong as she makes her way through the final few gates. Gracie Cohn has just left the gate up top.
Timing copy.
Cross the line for Ava Vincent, her time 52.88. Gracie Cohn, 16 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, is on course. Violet Gronendahl
Send 4-5.
from Eldora will be our next competitor to go. Gracie, a good high line up there coming down the main pitch, keeping that turn up above the gate. Good turn shape for Gracie. Violet Gronendahl has left the starting gate. Caitlin Zatarski will be our next competitor to go. But right now it's Gracie Cohn across the line. Gracie with a time of 48.23. Violet Gronendahl from Eldora is on course. Caitlin Zatorski from Aspen has just left the gate. Madison Basinger will be our next competitor to go. Oh, and down on her side, Violet goes down. Tough break for the Eldora racer. Looks like she will be a did not
Timing
finish.
copies 4-5 out.
Caitlin Zatorski is on course. Caitlin from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Madison
Send 4-7.
Basinger will be our next competitor from Winter Park. Caitlin dancing from edge to edge up there. Nice tempo, nice rhythm for Caitlin, looking strong. Madison just leaving the start. Anya Chadbourne is in the gate as Caitlin Zatorski approaches the finish. Here comes Caitlin to the line, and she crosses with a 49.16. On course right now, Madison Basinger from Team Winter Park. Oh, and down on her side goes Basinger. And Madison.
Timing
Tough
copies
break.
4-7
Little
out.
powder snow for her to lay in. A that was not what she had in mind when she went out of the start gate this morning. Good news for Madison. She's got a second run. She's got a second race today. Clean things up. We look forward to seeing her next run.
10-4-8.
All right, next on course, Anya Chadbourne. She just left the start gate about 10 seconds ago. Caitlin Truitt, her teammate, will be on course next. Here comes Anya into view. Good to see Anya on the slopes of All Out again. She's got some laps on this hill.
10-4-9.
Caitlin Truitt getting the start command up top. And she's on course. Nadia Loinig will be our next competitor to go. But right now it's Anya Chadbourne making her way through the final few combinations. A good-looking run for Chadbourne. Through that final flush comes Anya, and across the line, Anya Chadbourne with a time of 4:8.66. Caitlin Truitt from Ski and Snowboard Club Vales on course. Nadia Loinig will be our next competitor out of the gate. Caitlin keeping her turns up above the gate. Good high line, keeping a good tempo and rhythm down into the flush. Nadia Loinig has left the start. Emily Tahui will be our next competitor out of the gate. Here comes Caitlin across the line. Caitlin Truitt with a time of 51.21. Nadia Loinig from Team Summit, the U16 racer on the lower section of the course. Oh, and down goes Loinig. Tough visibility out there today. A challenging technical course set by Steamboat coach Ben Brown. Some competitors having some trouble up there, but not Emily Tahui so far from Telluride. She's looking strong up on the upper pitch. Margaret Bellotti will be our next competitor to go from Team Winter Park. Emily Tuohy. Telluride Ski and Snowboard Club. Let's cheer on. Here she comes to the finish line, and Emily will cross with a time of 52.32. Margaret Bellotti is on course. Jacqueline Woodrow will be our next competitor. Margaret from Team Winter Park.
5-3.
Strong turns down there for Bellotti. Really letting those skis run. Woodrow has left the gate. Petra Schmidt is in the start, but here comes Bellotti to the finish. And she crosses with a time of 49.59. Jacqueline Woodrow is on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Petra Schmidt from Eldora will be next to go.
10-5-4.
Nice turns through that rhythm section for Woodrow, a U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Petra Schmidt has left the start, and Kalia Lutz-Saladin will be our next competitor out of the start. Through the finish, that was Jacqueline Woodrow with a time of 50.53.
5-5.
Petra Schmidt is on course. Petra from Eldora. Kalia Lutz-Saladin has left the starting gate. She's on the upper section. Rosie Neal will be our next competitor out of the start as Petra Schmidt makes her way to the finish. Petra, your time is 54.48. Kalia Lutz-Saladin from Aspen, the U14 racer, is on course. Rosie Neal from Team Summit getting ready to go up top.
5-6 on, 5-7 in.
Kalia, nice light touch on those edges, letting the skis run down here through that flush. Kalia lets Sladin through the finish line with a time of 49.95. Rosie Neal from Team Summit is on course. Georgiana Henry will be our next competitor to go.
Send 5-7.
Who's our finisher?
Georgiana has left the start. Taylor Ray will be our next competitor. Rosie Neal from Team Summit making her way through that final flush. To the finish line she comes, Rosie Neal with a time of 54.59. Georgiana Henry from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, our next competitor. Taylor Ray is in the starting gate. Georgiana carving some nice turns down here in the lower section. Oh, and a little bit early coming out of that delay, and she straddles the blue. And off course goes Henry. Oh, slalom is tough sometimes. Taylor Ray from Winter Park is on course. In the gate we have Reagan Holmes.
Send 5-9.
Taylor doing a nice job through that rhythm section. Good looking run here for the Winter Park racer. Taylor Ray approaching the finish. And she's across with a time of 47.98. Fastest time we've seen in a bit, unofficially 11th position at the moment. So good job, Taylor, as we watch Reagan Holmes from Eldora onto the lower section. Claire Jackson has just left the starting gate. And Ray Shrestha will be our next competitor out of the gate. Here comes Reagan Holmes from Eldora across the line, and Reagan has a time of 49.41, 49.41.
Timing copy.
Claire Jackson, unfortunately, up as she broke over the first pitch. Getting into some trouble up there, and she is off course. It's going to be a did not finish for Team Summit's Claire Jackson.
Send 6-1.
All right, just out of the start gate, it's Ray Shrestha. Ray from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Bella Fisher, her teammate, will be our next competitor to go as Ray comes into view. Ray knows the hill well. Looking to use that hometown advantage, home hill advantage. Ray having a great season. Bella Fisher has just left the start gate. Tessa Barbour will be our next competitor to go as we watch Ray Shrestha. Nice skiing down here. That was a good looking run for Ray. And she crosses the line into 8th position, 45.72. That's a nice job from starting back in the pack for Ray. Here comes Bella Fisher. Bella also from Steamboat. Tessa Barbour has left the start. Annabelle Zerbay will be our next competitor to leave the gate. Bella, a strong skier from the Winter Sports Club. Making some good turns down here. Bella Fisher approaching the finish. These girls are skiing well. Across the line comes Bella. The time 10th fastest, 47.78 for Fisher. Tessa Barbour from Eldora on course. Annabelle Zerbay getting ready to go up top.
Send 6-3.
Zerbay on course. Ella Orton in the gate. And Tessa Barbour approaching the finish.
Copy.
To the line she comes. Tessa Barbour through the finish line with a time of 54.37. From Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, now this is Annabelle Zerbe. Ella Orton has just left the gate. Jay Armistead will be our next competitor, but right now it's Zerbe, skiing strong from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Annabelle. Nice turns as she approaches the finish line. Annabelle, 8th fastest. 4.5.67 for Zerbe. Ella Orton on course. Ella, U14 racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Send 6-6.
Shay Armistead from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale has left the gate, and Riley Powers is on deck.
Copy.
Ella Orton. Great seeing these U14s out in this Sync Cup event, racing against the 16s. And Orton across with a 49.94.
Timing copy. 6-6 out.
We get word, and it looks like some trouble up above for Shay Armistead. Losing a ski, and the Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer did not finish. Riley Powers will be our next competitor. Riley wearing bib 67 from the Loveland Ski Club. Riley's on course. Elodie Olson is waiting in the start. Here comes Riley into view. "75 competitors here today for the women's Sync slaloms.
Send 6-8.
Elodie Olson has left the start up top. June McGinn loading into the gate. Riley Powers from Loveland on the lower section of the course, making some nice slalom turns. Across the line comes Riley with a time of 104.48. Elodie Olson now from Team Summit on course. U16 racer charging hard down the slower section. Oh! Get bounced around the rough snow conditions. That hairpin a little too quick for her, and off course goes Olson. June McGinn, our next competitor from Eldora on course. Lauren Leffel is in the start. For second run, again, we are running in reverse order. So these racers dealing with a beat-up course on the first run. Next run, they're going to get a nice clean course.
Who the next one is. Yeah. Send
So
6-9.
something to look forward to for the competitors.
Send 7-0.
As June McGinn on the lower section.
Sending 7-0.
Lauren Leffel
Send 7-0.
leaving the start.
Is there no 6-9?
June McGinn crossing the finish.
Oh.
And McGinn with a time of 104.17.
But we talked over each other.
Lauren Leffel on course.
I've got 7.
Flying into view, a U14 racer from Team Summit. Zania Gayer will be our next competitor to go out of the start. Right now it's Lauren Leffel. Lower section of the course.
7-1.
Good looking U14 racer out of Team Summit. Zania Gayer has left the start gate up above. Sarah Lally is on deck. Right now Lauren Leffel, the U14 from Team Summit, looking strong. To the line she comes, and across. It's going to be a good time. 10th fastest for Lauren Leffel, 47.43. Zania Gayer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, U16 racer, is on course. Sarah Lally has just left the starting gate. Mackenzie Budman will be our next competitor.
Copy.
Dania doing a nice job, and the time 49.92. Sarah Lally from Loveland on course. Mackenzie Budman will be our next competitor to go. Budman has just left the starting gate. Mackenzie Cross will be our next competitor to go up top as we watch Sarah Lally approach the finish. Sarah from the Loveland Ski Club. Lally across the line with the time of 50.46. Mackenzie Budman from Team Summit on course. Her teammate Mackenzie Cross waiting in the start. Budman doing a nice job. Flat light out there today. The course is getting a little bit ruddy. Difficult to see. And Budman has handled herself very well through this lower section. Budman, your time 52.27. Mackenzie Cross is on course, and our final racer, Lauren Hopkins, is in the start gate. Cross looking good down here. She makes her way onto the main part of the lower pitch from Team Summit. Good solid skiing.
We need the hand time on 7.5 after we send her.
Cross with a good high line. Trick from foot to foot. Mackenzie Cross through the flush. This is a good looking run for the Team Summit U16 racer. Across comes Mackenzie, just barely outside of the top 10 with a nice time of 47.70. Now our final racer in the first run of the first race from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. This is Lauren Hopkins. Oh, and just as I was about to comment about some really good skiing up there for Hopkins, L-Hop goes out. It's going to be a did not finish for L-Hop. And that's going to wrap up our first run of the first race Sync Cup Slalom. Our remaining schedule, or at least our schedule for the next run, I believe, is 1/2 hour delayed from the program. Congratulations to the racers from their first run. We're going to tune off and be back for the women's second run.
The Winter Sports Club is amazing. It is multi-sports, and it's the only club in the entire country that has as many winter sports as we're able to provide.
I feel like when you ask our kids about their life in Steamboat, their first thing they'll say is, we grew up in the Winter Sports Club.
It's sort of like a second family for me.
The Winter Sports Club, I think, was my upbringing.
I think Hallison and the Winter Sports Club is one of the best places in the world.
It was almost another parent to me. We spent every opportunity we had down at the Winter Sports Club and enjoyed every minute of it.
Coming here after school and being with your friends and your coaches, it's just an awesome experience.
Almost every huge lesson or experience or great moment that has changed them has happened through the Winter Sports Club.
You know, their notion of creating champions on and off the mountain really resonates with me, and I just think it's an incredible opportunity for the boys to be part of that.
Every coach that I've ever worked with, here at Winter Sports Club or see coaches on hill with these kids, from skiing to cross country to jumping to snowboarding coaches, every single one of them brings a large amount of passion and dedication to this sport.
And the culture that they become a part of, again, changes them. And whether or not they're winning or whether or not they want to be an Olympian, they can be the best version of themselves.
We're so fortunate in this town to have so many amazing people help raise these kids.
There's something to be said about growing up in a competitive environment and having the mentors that the SSWSC provided. And I certainly don't think that I would have grown up to be the person that I am today without their influence on my life.
It's so unique and so special, and having seen great places in the world, there's nothing like this.
Really, the Winter Sports Club is appropriate for all kids. Every single kid can benefit from the Winter Sports Club.
All right, our forerunners are getting lined up in the start. We are just about ready to go. We'll be getting our clears here momentarily and get underway for this women's second run of the Sink Cup Slalom here on the All Out Race Trail at Steamboat Ski Resort.
You do it.
Can I get a hand on the first forerunner?
Then first forerunner. I gave you one, but that's okay.
Our first forerunner is in the start and on course. We are underway with our forerunners. Our second race run here, the Sink Cup Slalom. Noelle Roth is our first forerunner.
Hand time on that first forerunner.
Our second forerunner is on course.
Copy.
3 forerunners before we get underway with our racers, running in reverse order. From the first run,
Send third forerunner.
this TRS seating system helping make these Rocky Mountain Division skiers more versatile and adaptable, able to compete in difficult conditions, and really setting the kids up to be better positioned to perform when they make that big transition into FIS racing as U18s. Our third forerunner on course.
We did last time too, we just didn't get a start on one of them.
Right, but somehow I thought we were down to 2.
And Lauren Hopkins will be our first racer. Second run course set by Team Summit coach Tina Buckeister.
Should say.
And our first racer is in the start, Lauren Hopkins from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail.
Racer, 75.
On course, we're underway. Second run of the first race, Sink Cup Slalom.
Copy hand time first. The first forerunner. Where's the blue? Where's the paper? Where's the red paper? This paper. Hand time 75.
Oh, and Hopkins having some trouble on the second run as well, and she is out.
75 out.
L-Hop with a double DNF.
Copies, 75 out.
Mackenzie Cross from Team Summit, our next competitor, and she is on course. Mackenzie Budman will follow her.
74 on, 73 in.
Mackenzie Cross.
Copy. 75 did not finish, so can I get a hand time?
12th fastest in that first run, so she's one that's really going to look to take advantage here of the TRS flip here. Mackenzie Cross, I would say well positioned, gunning for a top 10 finish. Skiing nicely down here. Mackenzie Cross. Looking to get across the line. Mackenzie Budman has left the start. Sarah Lally will be up next. But right now it's Mackenzie Cross moving to the finish line. She's going to be our first competitor through for the second run. Mackenzie with a time of 45.68, and she moves into the lead for this event.
Then 7-2.
Mackenzie Budman from Team Summit on course right now. Just leaving the start, Sarah Lally. Zania Gayer getting ready to go up top. Mackenzie Budman. These girls skiing the course set by their coach, Tina Buckheister. And Budman through the finish with a time of 50.71 into second position at the moment. Here comes Sarah Lally from Loveland. Zania Gayer has just left the starting gate. Lauren Leffel is on deck. Oh, getting a little low there is Lally.
Copy.
And coming to the line, it's Sarah Lally across into second position with a second run time of 47.66. Zania Gayer is on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. June McGinn is in the start, and Lauren Leffel has just left the start. Gayer, a nice looking run, good solid skiing as she comes to the line. And she's across into second place with a time of 46.78. Lauren Leffel is on course from Team Summit, our first U14 racer here in the second run. June McGinn just left the starting gate. Elodie Olson is on deck.
What was that? 6-8 will not.
6-5 is on.
And across the line, that's Lauren Leffel from Team Summit.
6-8 is up, right? Timing copy.
Riley Powers is in the start as we watch June McGinn up on the pitch. Through the finish, Lauren Leffel skiing into second place with a good time of 46.44 on that second run. Moves her into second place overall. Second fastest on the second run, second place overall. Mackenzie Cross, our current leader. June McGinn on the lower section of the course. Riley Powers on the upper section. Shay Armistead will be our next racer to go. June McGinn crossing the finish. June with a time of 101.94. Riley Powers from Loveland is on course. Shay Armistead just left the gate, and Ella Orton from Steamboat is in the gate. Riley Powers from the Loveland Ski Club. A few gates to go, and she crosses the finish line. Riley with a time of 105.06. Shay Armistead is on course right now from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Ella Orton has left the starting gate up top, and Annabelle Zerbe will be our next competitor to go. Shay from Vale looking good as she crosses the line. Armistead with the second fastest second run, 46.09. Here comes Ella Orton, a U14 racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Annabelle Zerbe waiting in the start. Orton looking to take advantage of this opportunity to race against the U16s in the Sink Cup today. Special invite to some of the U14 racers. Ella doing well. Annabelle Zerbe has left the start up top. Tessa Barbour is on deck as Ella Orton makes her way to the finish. Ella across with a time of 50.17. Here comes Annabelle Zerbe. She's one to watch. She was 8th fastest in that first run. Good looking skiing down here for Zerbay. Barbour has left the starting gate. Bella Fisher's on deck. But Annabelle Zerbay, can she move into the lead? It's a good looking run for the Vail Racer as she crosses the line into first place. Fastest second run of the day, 4:4.35 the time for Zerbay. A good run all the way down the slope of All Out. That's going to be the new time to beat, 1:30.02 the combined time. Annabelle well out in front as Tessa Barbour from Eldora makes her way down, halfway down the main pitch. Bella Fisher has just left the starting gate, and Ray Shrestha is getting ready to go up top. 16 racer from Eldora, Tessa Barbour, enjoying these better course conditions here with the earlier start on this second run. Barbour with a time of 5:5.33. Bella Fisher on course. Bella from Steamboat. Her teammate Ray Shrestha getting ready to go up top. Bella putting together a nice run down here. Bella was 13th fastest in that first run. Looking to make a move on this run. Try to get herself into the top 10. Bella Fisher to the line. And Fisher across into fourth position. Fourth fastest on the second run. 4:6.38 puts her into fourth overall. Ray Shrestha now on course from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Send 6-0.
Claire Jackson from Team Summit in the start. Getting a little bit low there is Ray, but keeping her momentum. Claire Jackson has just left the starting gate. Reagan Holmes is on deck. Here comes Ray Shrestha to the finish line. And across for Ray with a time of 45.34. That's the second fastest second run. Moves her into second position overall with a 1:31.06. Claire Jackson from Team Summit now on course. Reagan Holmes just left the starting gate. Taylor Ray is on deck. Claire a DNF in that first run, but it looks like she's putting down a great second run here. A little cleaner course conditions. And here comes Claire across the line. A good-looking run for the Team Summit racer. Claire, your time 50.53. Reagan Holmes from Eldora is on course. Taylor Ray from Winter Park just left the start. And Georgiana Henry is on deck. Reagan Holmes, 29th fastest in that first run. Looking to take advantage of a little better course this second run, course condition-wise. That was 9th fastest on the second run for Reagan, 49.15. That moves you into 8th overall at the moment. Taylor Ray on course right now. Taylor from Winter Park. Georgiana Henry has just left the start, and down goes Ray. Tough break for Taylor. And she will be a did not finish. Georgiana Henry up top. She's from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Rosie Neal will be the next competitor to leave the start. Here comes Georgiana. She had a DNF in that first run. Looking to put a good second run down here and hopefully 2 clean ones for the second race for Georgiana. This run looking good. Vail Racer across with a 8th fastest second run, 47.57, a good run for Henry. Rosie Neal on course from Team Summit. Kalia Lutz-Ladin has just left the start gate. Petra Schmidt is on deck. Across the line comes Rosie Neal from Team Summit. Rosie with a time of 5:4.45. Kalea Lutz-Ladin is on course. Kalea from Aspen. Petra Schmidt from Eldora is on course up top. And Jacqueline Woodrow is on deck. U14 racer Kalia Lutz-Ladin She's through the finish with a time of 50.63, moves her into 9th overall at the moment. A great job for the U14 racer. Here comes Petra Schmidt from Eldora. Jacqueline Woodrow has just left the start gate, and Margaret Belatti is on deck. Petra Schmidt from Eldora. Good solid run. She's through the finish with a time of 52.90. Into 11th position at the moment. Jacqueline Woodrow from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale's on course. She's a U14 racer. Margaret Belatti from Team Winter Park just leaving the start gate. Emily Tuohy is just entering the start gate up top. U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Here she comes to the line. Jacqueline Woodrow. Let's cheer her on. As Woodrow crosses the finish with a time of 53.46. Margaret Belatti now from the Winter Park Competition Center on course. Emily Tuohy from Telluride just leaving the start gate. She'll be followed by Nadia Loinig. Belatti with a good solid run as she makes her way towards the finish line. Margaret Belatti across with a time of 51.07. That moves Margaret into 10th position at the moment. Emily Tuohy from the Telluride Ski and Snowboard Club is on course. Team Summit's Nadia Loinig has just left the starting gate. Caitlin Truitt from Vale on deck. Emily Tuohy from Telluride across the finish line. Time for Emily, 52.38. Here comes Nadia Loinig, U16 racer from Team Summit. Steen, a strong run down here. Nadia went out in that first run. Looking to really put down a good fast second run here, give herself confidence for the next race. And through the finish for Nadia. Time the fastest of the day so far on the second run. Nice job, Nadia. 4:03.77. Caitlin Truitt's on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. She'll be followed by Anya Chadbourne. And Anya just leaving the start. Madison Basinger will be our next competitor to go. Caitlin Truitt now, U16 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, approaching the finish line. Anya Chadbourne just coming into view up top. Across the line comes Caitlin with a time of 49.10. Moves Caitlin into 9th place overall at the moment as we watch Anya Chadbourne from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale.
747.
Nice bright pink shin guards, perfect on a gray, cloudy day like today. The snow has abated somewhat, but the light's still flat out there for the racers. Madison Basinger has just left the starting gate. Here comes Anya Chadbourne through the finish, and Anya, with a time of 48.89, moves Anya into 7th position overall at the moment. Nice job, Anya. As we watch Madison Basinger from Winter Park on course, Caitlin Zatorsky from Aspen is in the start. Zatorsky has left the starting gate up top. Margaret Gustafson is on deck. We're watching Madison Basinger. Oh, getting a little low. The Winter Park racer at the bottom.
Is she finishing?
Yep.
Who's not starting?
And she is across the finish line. Basinger with a time of 1:01.29. Caitlin Zatorsky from Aspen Approaching the finish, Margaret Gustafson is on course up above. Across the finish, Caitlin Zatorsky. Zatorsky with a time of 4:09.78. That moves Caitlin into 10th position unofficially at the moment. Margaret Gustafson from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale on course.
45 on, 4-4 in.
Violet Gronendahl has just left the starting gate. Gracie Cohn will be our next competitor. That was across the finish line. Margaret Gustafson with a time of 5:03.79. Dora's Violet Gronendahl now in view. On the middle of the main pitch. Gracie Cohn getting the start command up top from Vale. She's on course. Ava Vincent will be our next competitor.
44 on, 4-3.
Violet Gronendahl approaching the finish. And Gronendahl crosses with a time of 5:05.28. Gracie Cohn from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale on course.
Copy, we're holding for a gate reset.
Gracie, the U16 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale.
We're sending now. It's just a caller.
Cohn looks like another solid run for Gracie. 11th fastest on that second run for Gracie Cohn. 4:07.83 moves Gracie into 6th position overall. Our current leader, Annabelle Zerbay. Currently in second place, Ray Shrestha, and currently in third, Mackenzie Cross, unofficially, as Ava Vincent from Eldora makes her way halfway down the main pitch here of the all-out race slope. Anya Loinig getting the start command up top. Sienna Fuller on deck. Getting a little low is Vincent, but making a good recovery to stay in it. The Eldora racer looking for a solid finish here in the Sink Cup Slalom. Across the line, Vincent with a time of 5:03.40. Anya Loinig on course. Anya, 5th fastest in that first run. She's one to watch. A U14 racer. Would love to be in the top 3 overall, maybe win that U14 class. She's in contention. Anya Loinig skiing well. Sienna Fuller, another U14 racer out of Aspen, has just left the starting gate. Here comes Anya Loinig to the finish line, and Anya moves into the lead for the race overall with a time of 4:4.85. Moves her into the lead by 0.2 of a second in the overall. Oh no, and some trouble up top for Aspen. Sienna Fuller looking like a little trouble up there. She's back on course right now.
740. Verifying that we just had a false finish.
Marlois Adriansi is our next competitor, has just left the start from Winter Park. Jessica Hyde is in the starting gate.
Thank you.
Sienna Fuller through the finish. Sienna with a 5:3.62. Marlois Adriansi is our next competitor. She's on course. She's from Winter Park. Jessica Hyde from Winter Park will be our next competitor to leave the start.
Who's our last finisher?
Last finisher was 41, and that's what he just said. 739.
Jessica Hyde has left the start gate. Logan Gross Didier is in the gate, and through the finish comes Marlois Adriansi from Winter Park. She's across with a time of 4:09.94.
Running out of paper.
Comes Jessica Hyde from Winter Park.
You can see the papers then.
Well, it's just.
Logan Gross-Didier from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club just left the starting gate. Bailey Hayes
Okay, that's good.
3-8 on.
on deck. Here comes Jessica Hyde from the Winter Park Competition Center. Jessica through the finish line. Jessica with a time of 5:0.47. Logan Gross-Didier on course. She went out on that first run. Logan won to watch from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. This is a fast-looking run right now. Tight gates, turns on this course set by Tina Buckeister. Bailey Hayes has just left the starting gate up top. Here comes Logan Gross-Didier to the bottom. And Logan across with the fastest second run time of the day. 4:1.58 is the new pace set by Logan Gross-Didier. Bailey Hayes from Eldora is on course. Naya Brogy from Steamboat is in the start. Tough break for Bailey, and she is off course. Will be a did not finish.
36 on, 35 in.
Copy.
Naya Brogy from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club now coming into view. In the start gate, Brittany Freudenberger. Turns up there from Naya. She's through the flush. Tight section right in here. Gates stuck close together. Naya doing a great job. Just leaving the start, Brittany Freudenberger from Vale. Kaylee Goforth is in the gate. Naya Brogy putting a nice run on her home hill. And Brogy across with a time of 5:0.93. Oh, and down goes Freudenberger from Vale. Tough break for the U14 racer. She will be a did not finish.
Out. Send 3-4 when ready.
Kaylee Goforth is on course. She just left the start. Jill Ward from Vale will be our next competitor, but right now we're watching Kaylee, U16 ski racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
That's for like 31. No, in the first run. 31 was the DNS finish.
Kaylee charging down the hill, trying to maintain elevation above the gates. Getting a little bit low there, but holding it together. That's a difficult section right through there. Jill Ward has left the gate up top, but through the finish comes Goforth.
Copy.
And Goforth through the finish. Kaylee moving into first place. Goforth second run time of 45.22 moves her into first place overall with a 128.93. Jill Ward now on course. Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Lucy Novak from Loveland is on deck. Across the finish, Jill Ward with a time of 1:12.14. Lucy Novak is on course from Loveland.
10-3-0.
Camden Holmes has just left the starting gate. Nella Dre
29 in.
is on deck.
Copy.
Here comes Lucy Novak from Loveland. Lucy to the line. And Lucy crosses with a time of 4:09.04. Good run from Lucy, moves her into 10th position.
7-2-9.
Unofficially at the moment. Camden Holmes from the Eldora Mountain Ski Club on course. Ella Drye has just left the start. And Kira Raftery is our next competitor in the gate.
Copy. Did she just go out?
Camden Holmes through the finish. And Camden across the line.
Never mind, there's a different racer.
Time of 4:08.32.
Having copies.
Officially in 9th position at the moment as we watch Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer Ella Drye. Kira Raftery has left the start, and Aliska Popkova. Sorry, Zoe Nelson will be up next. Through the finish line, that was Ella Drye with a time of 4:08.65. Kira Raftery from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale is on course right now. Zoe Nelson in the start from Team Summit. Kira Raftery from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Approaching the finish line, and Kira across with a time of 5:06.09. Zoe Nelson from Team Summit is on course.
7-2-5.
Alaska Speedy from the Aspen Ski and Snowboard Club has just left the start gate. And Isa Erickson is on deck.
Copy.
Through the finish, Zoe Nelson with a time of 5:0.09. It's a top 15 finish at the moment for Zoe. So you watch Alaska Speedy from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Alaska getting a little bit low there in that really tight turny section right in the middle of the face. Issa Erickson has just left the starting gate, a U14 racer from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. And Alessandra Loro will be our next competitor to go. Through the finish, Alaska Speedy with a time of 4:08.99. On course right now, Issa Erickson is a U14 racer. Trying to get herself onto that U14 podium out there today. Alessandra Loro has left the starting gate. Nadia Burkovsky be up next. And through the finish, Isa Erickson with a time of 47.93 moves Isa into 8th position unofficially at the moment. Alessandra Loro from Team Summit on course.
7-2-2.
Nadia Burkovsky has just left the gate. And Mia Lupiner is in the start. Alessandra Loro through the finish. Her time 5:01.03. Nadia Burkovsky from the Powderhorn Racing Club on course.
10-2-1.
Mia Lupiner has just left the start gate up top, and Eden Domino is on deck. Nadia Burkovsky, the Powderhorn racer, approaching the finish line. And Nadia across the line with a time of 5:07.45. Here comes Mia Lupiner. Mia is a U14 racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Oh, and getting twisted sideways, losing the ski down. Goes Lupiner.
20 on, 19 in.
Eden DeMino has just left the starting gate.
Was 21?
She's coming into view up top.
21's DNF.
20 on, 19
Eden
in.
DeMino. Here she comes. That lower section, Riley Regan will be our next competitor to go as Eden DeMino through that tricky tight section there. Eden doing it well.
She did it.
Good looking run for DeMino. She was fourth fastest after that first run. Eden DeMino looking for a strong finish. DeMino across the line. Moves into fourth position overall at the moment. Eden's second run time, 4:06.15. Riley Regan on course. Riley from the Powderhorn Racing Club.
1-7 in.
She'll be followed by Hazel Barker from Aspen.
18's it did not start. 20 was our last finisher. Send 1-7.
Hazel Barker has left the start gate. Blanca Navoa is on deck. Here comes Riley Regan. Riley from Powderhorn across the line with a time of 4:08.39.
1-6 already went.
Yes. Yeah.
So that moves Riley into ninth position unofficially at the moment as we watch Hazel Barker, U16 racer from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club.
1-5. Send 1-5.
Blanca Navoa from Team Breckenridge
I went to change it. But
has just left the starting gate. Mari Rennick, our fastest skier from the first run, is just entering the start gate. Here comes Hazel Barker. Across the line comes Hazel with a time of 5:1.99. Blanca Navoa from Team Breckenridge on course. Blanca 14th after that first run. Love to put a fast run together here, maybe getting that top 10. Oh, trouble in that difficult spot, and Navoa is out. I did not finish. Mari Rennick from Vale, our next competitor on course. Mari won the first run, but that was with a good start position. Can she do it in the tougher conditions here with this flip format? Breaking gates up there at the top. Mari's going fast. Our current leader in the finish is Kaylee Goforth. Mari Rennick
that's what I heard.
attacking this lower section of the course. From Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, U16 racer making her way to the line. And Rennick across, and we've got a new race leader, Mari Rennick from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, with a time of 4:4.93 on that second run. Moves Mari into the lead, unofficially with a time of 1:26.96 on the overall. Blakely McCord will be our next racer to go. She has just left the start gate. Winter Phillips from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale will be our next competitor to go out of the start. Here comes Blakely McCord. She's from the Loveland Ski Club.
And 1-2.
Winter Phillips has just left the starting gate. Sonia Schaub is on deck. Here comes Blakely McCord. A good, solid run for Blakely as she approaches the finish line.
Copy.
And the Loveland racer through the finish with a time of 5:1.57. Winter Phillips from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, a U14 racer. She's in the hunt for the U14 podium right now Winter Phillips.
Send 1-1.
Winter approaching the finish. Sonia Schaub left the start.
Copy.
And across the finish comes Winter Phillips with a time of 4:8.13. Moves Winter into 8th position. All right, this is Sonia Schaub on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Abby Britz will be our next competitor to go. You have a pencil, do you?
10 on, Kylie, good job.
Copy.
Sonia Schaub across the finish with a time of 5:5.01. Abby Britz from Powderhorn is on course. She'll be followed by Jacqueline Miller.
Copy.
All right, playing a little catch up here. Apologize for that. We've got Tessa Ksegi on course right now. Through the finish, we had Sonia Schaub with a time of 5:5.01. We had Abby Britz with a time of 106.80. We had Jacqueline Miller through the finish with a time of 5:3.26.
Copy.
Christina Shamtron has left the starting gate up above. Tessa Ksegi is on course down below.
Send 4.
Tessa through the finish. Christina Shamtron, U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, approaching the finish. Through the finish, Tessa with a time of 5:9.89. Rainey Fell has just left the start. Kylie DiMarzio up next. Through the finish, Christina Shamtron. Christina into 7th overall with a time of 4:6.74. Rainey Fell now on course from the Loveland Ski Club. Kylie DiMarzio from Powderhorn
Number 3 is on.
Copy.
has just left the start. Kylie has. Blake Chandler in the gate. Some trouble right at the bottom for Rainey.
4 abandoned, 4.
She'll be a did not finish. Kylie DiMarzio from Powderhorn
4 out.
is now on course. Blake Chandler from Telluride in the start.
10-2.
So Kylie DiMarzio approaching the finish. Blake Chandler on course up above. And Roxy Kroger will round things out here for the first run. Through the finish, Kylie DiMarzio with a time of 1:05.29. Blake Chandler from Telluride up top. Blake from Telluride skiing a good run here. Roxy Kroger, our final racer, is in the start.
Send 1.
Through the finish, here comes Blake Chandler. Blake across with a time of 5:2.15. And Roxy Kroger, our final racer from Aspen, has left the start. So Roxy Kroger, our final racer from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club on course. Going to wrap up our first run. Here comes our final racer, Roxy Kroger from Aspen.
Well, we're doing the last racer.
I know.
And Roxy to the finish
I
line.
know, but I was waiting.
And Roxy across with a time of 50.78. That wraps up our first race here for the Sync Cup Women's Slalom. Inspection will open immediately for the second race, so racers head back around for your course inspection. And we'll keep an eye on the WhatsApp for the updated race schedule for our second race. We're ready to roll race number 2 for the Sink Cup Slalom here on the All Out Race Trail, Steamboat Resort. Course is clear and our forerunners are in the start, awaiting starter's command.
All right, send the first forerunner.
Where's your yellow?
Here we go, our forerunner is on course up at the top. They come into view. It's like Noel Roth again, forerunning. Fresh new set of courses. I believe this course set by Winter Park coach Jake Woolen. Looks like a fun one. The lay into a flush down there, a little too quick for Noel. Still working on getting those disco feet up to speed, but great to see her out there and skiing the courses again. Second forerunner on. Have 3 forerunners before we get into our racers up here. In our run order for the second race, we're going to have the racer in the middle of the field from the first race go first. And then they'll run in bib order to the end and then back to the front to the middle. And then for our final run, they reverse that. So this is going to be quick. This is going to be an exciting course. A little different flavor. I like it. Looks like fun. It's our second forerunner's on course. Our third forerunner on course up there. And our first racer is going to be Logan Gross Didier. So no messing around here. Logan had the fastest second run of the first race after going out in the first run. So we're going to get a real quick test of this course with Logan as we look to the top. Our first racer, Logan Gross Didier. They await a report from our forerunners. Finish referee.
You're joking. No. No. I confused that that's better, honestly.
Oh, he might be having radio issues.
All right, all good from our forerunners. We are ready to go with our first racers up there in the start.
Where's my?
It's going to be Logan Gross Didier. Logan on course. Logan from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, our first racer. And here she comes. She'll be followed by Jessica Hyde from Winter Park. Logan enjoying the clean course. Of course, this means that she's going to run last on the second run. So really the time to take advantage is this run right here. Quick section there. Safely navigating through that flush. Delay into the flush. Logan Gross Didier absolutely on fire. And Gross Didier across the line to set the pace, 39.24. 39.24 for Gross Didier. Jessica Hyde on course from Winter Park. Marlos Adriansi is on deck.
Copy, thank you.
What a run from Gross Didier. What a treat to run first.
Send 4-0.
Test will come on that next run. Jessica Hyde from Winter Park. Her teammate Marlos Adriansi has just left the starting gate. Sienna Fuller on deck as Jessica Hyde makes her way to the finish. And Jessica Hyde will cross the line with a time of 47.90. Marlos Adriansi is on course from Winter Park. Sienna Fuller from Aspen getting ready to go next. We see Sienna pushing out of the start gate up top. Marlos approaching the finish. Anya Loinig is on deck. Here comes Marlois through the finish with a time of 48.29. Sienna Fuller on course. She's a U14 racer from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Another U14 Anya Loinig getting ready to go up top. See Anya leaving the starting gate. Sienna Fuller approaching the finish.
Copy.
Sienna through with a time of 46.74. That is second fastest at the moment. Here comes Anya Loinig. Ava Vincent has just left the start. Gracie Cohn is on deck.
44 turns, how many gates?
Loinig dancing through those. A tight, quick section. Looks like a lot of fun out there for the athletes.
Copy, thank you.
And her time, Loinig, 42.06 into second place. Ava Vincent is on course from Eldora.
Finish of the first competition.
Just leaving the start, Gracie Cohn. And Gracie on course up top. Ava Vincent on the lower section of the course right now.
11.
And through the finish, Ava Vincent from Eldora with a 51.25. Gracie Cohn from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale is on course. Violet Gronendahl has just left the starting gate up top. And on deck is Caitlin Zatorsky. Here comes Gracie Cohn from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Good looking run for the U14 racer, or U16 racer from Vale. Here she comes to the line, and Cohn across with a time of 45.82, currently in third position.
10-4-6.
Violet Gronendahl from Eldora on course. Just leaving the start up top, that's Caitlin Zatorsky.
46 on, 47 in.
On deck will be Madison Basinger. Violet Gronendahl working through that quick section, through that flush. Onto the lower part of the course comes Gronendahl. Gronendahl across with a time of 54.86. Caitlin Zatorsky from Aspen is on course. Madison Basinger just leaving the start up top.
47 on, 48 in.
Zatorsky dancing her way through the final few turns. Nice looking run for the Aspen skier. And Zatorsky across into seventh position with a 48.86. Here's Madison Basinger into view. Anya Chadbourne will be our next competitor out of the start. Madison from Team Winter Park. Skiing on this course set by her own coach, Jake Woolen, as we watch Anya Chadbourne leaving the start gate. Basinger into the final flush. Now quick turns as she approaches the finish line. Basinger across with a time of 57.55. Here's Anya Chadbourne from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Caitlin Truitt has just left the starting gate up top. On deck, Nadia Loinig. Anya Chadbourne, good quick feet down here on this bottom section. Super quick tempo, fun looking course. Those disco sticks getting a workout today, and Anya Chadbourne into seventh position with a time of 48.50. Here's Caitlin Truitt from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Nadia Loinig just leaving the start up top. Following her will be Emily Tuohy.
50 on, 51
Caitlin Truitt. Approaching the bottom section. And across the line, Caitlin Truitt. Caitlin, your time, 9th fastest, 49.49. Here comes Nadia Loinig, U16 racer out of Team Summit. Just leaving the start, Emily Tuohy. Margaret Bellotti will be our next competitor to go. As we watch Nadia Loinig putting together a nice run down here, approaching the finish line. And Loinig will cross. 3rd fastest time, 4:3.20. Emily Tuohy from Telluride, now on the top of the main pitch. Margaret Bellotti will be our next competitor out of the start.
10.52.
Bellotti has just left the start gate.
52 on.
Pilarowski will be our next competitor to go up top. Tuohy through the finish. She's got a time of 51.48. Here comes Margaret Bellotti.
10.16.
Lydia Pilarowski getting the start command and on course up top.
16 is on.
Margaret Gustafson will be our next racer. Bellotti knocking out Gates. Gates flying everywhere down there as Bellotti goes through the finish. Bellotti with the time 7th fastest, 48.16. And leaving destruction in her wake.
One more time on that down blue.
Lydia Pilarowski on course from Team Summit right now.
We got somebody running across with the gate. That'll probably be the next interval. Just holding for a corner.
Keep it running.
Lydia, good solid looking run down here.
They said send them.
Okay, it's fixed. It's been. Okay, we're sending.
Lydia Pilarowski across the finish line. Lydia through with a time of 54.50. On course up top, it's Margaret Gustafson. Ian Snowboard Club Vale. She'll be followed by teammate Jacqueline Woodrow. Woodrow has just left the starting gate up top as Margaret Gustafson from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale into that quick flush.
Dan, have this course guy Lisa coming down, tighten up that combo score, yeah.
And through the finish, it's Margaret Gustafson with a time of 51.81. Jacqueline Woodrow on course.
Send 5.4.
Petra Schmidt has left the starting gate. Kalia Lutz-Sladin will be our next competitor.
Copy.
And through the finish, that was Jacqueline Woodrow.
Send 5.5.
Leaving the start up top, it's Kalia Lutz-Sladin. We're watching Petra Schmidt. And through the finish, Jacqueline Woodrow with a 5.3.93. Petra Schmidt approaching the finish. And Schmidt across.
Send 5.6.
Her time, 5.5.19. Kalia Lutz-Sladin is on course. Just leaving the start is Rosie Neal. She'll be followed by Georgiana Henry.
Copy.
As Kalia Lutz-Sladin, a U14 racer from Aspen, makes her way towards the finish.
They're printed like the top.
A good looking run for Let's Let.
I wish I printed like the top two races.
And she's through with a time of 50.11. Rosie Neal from Team Summit is on course. Henry Georgiana waiting for that start command up top.
Send 5-7.
Georgiana has left the start up top.
The one that's next one's coming is. Right.
Taylor Ray is on deck. Here comes Rosie Neal from Team Summit. Across the finish, Rosie, your time is 5:3.94. Taylor Ray getting ready to go up top. Georgiana Henry from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail making her way down the lower part of the course. So Taylor Ray enters the course up top. Reagan Holmes is on deck. Across the finish line she comes. On a tough break up there for Taylor Ray. She's out. Georgiana Henry, she's through the finish. Georgiana, your time, a top 10 time so far. Georgiana, your time 4:08.54. Here comes Reagan Holmes from Eldora. Claire Jackson is in the start.
Green is so much better
Send 6-0.
out here than it is in Halton.
Well, it's got to do with the lighting too.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't have.
And on course right now, Claire Jackson up top, Reagan Holmes down below.
Oh, yeah.
Reagan Holmes from the Eldora Mountain Ski Club. A good looking run for Reagan. She crosses the line. Reagan with a time 4:08.41. That's in 9th position at the moment. Claire Jackson now from Team Summit on course, and Ray Shrestha getting ready to go up top. Ray has just left the starting gate. Should be followed by teammate Bella Fisher. Claire Jackson from Team Summit skiing a nice clean run, approaching the bottom. Across the line goes Claire with a time of 50.32. Here comes Ray Shrestha from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Her teammate Bella Fisher has just left the start gate up top.
When I tell him to send, he sends.
Ray putting together a fine run. Quick feet through that quick section right there. The hairpin to the line. She comes. And it's going to be a good time for Ray. 4th position at the moment for Ray. 44.45. Here comes Bella Fisher. Tessa Barbour is our next competitor at the start. Tessa pushes out. She'll be followed by Annabelle Zerbay. Here comes Bella Fisher. Bella trying to keep things pointed down the hill through that fast, quick section, just like a mogul line for Bella. That should be right up her alley.
6-5.
And Tessa Barbour now on course as Bella crosses. Bella into 7th position with a time of 47.17. Annabelle Zerbay pushing out of the start. Tessa Barbour pushing herself towards the finish.
Copy 6-6 in gate.
Oh, and losing a ski down near the bottom for Tessa. That's a tough break, Tessa Barbour. Will not finish. Annabelle Zerbay is on course as Shay Armistead gets ready to go up top. Annabelle, a good looking run up here as her teammate Shay leaving the start gate up top. Annabelle through the finish line. Annabelle into 5th position at the moment with a 44.91. Shay Armistead on course. Riley Powers from Loveland will be our next competitor to go up top.
6'3" was out, 6'4" was our last finisher.
Send 6'7".
What did I say?
Good solid skiing down here from Shay, looking good. Out of the start comes Riley Powers.
10-9.
6-7 on, 6-9 in.
Shay Armistead, a good looking run.
Again for timing.
And she's through with a time of 46.69.
6'5" was a did not start.
And 6'8" will also be a did not.
6'8", yes.
Oh, and some trouble up there for Riley, and she's off course. It's going to be a did not finish for Riley Powers. Julie McGinn will be our next competitor to go.
6'7" out.
No, you don't do that.
Julie McGinn has left the starting gate from Eldora. Lauren Leffel
I just got trained by some of the best people here.
June now in view. Just going past Coach's Knoll up there at pick point. Lauren Leffel in the start gate up top.
Starting with, who was Lon Allen's predecessor?
Lon was the one who taught me. Send 7-0.
Lauren Leffel leaving the start up top is June McGinn. Making her way down the lower section of the all-out slalom course here for today's Women's Sink Cup Slalom.
71 in.
Copy.
Zania Gayer will be our next competitor out of the start. And finishing, that's June McGinn. Lauren Leffel in view now from Team Summit. Across the line for McGinn, a time of 103.10. Out of the start, it's Zania Gayer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Down near the finish, this is Lauren Leffel, the U14 racer from Team Summit, having herself a good run. Lauren Leffel will cross the finish line, and Lauren into the top 10 with a time of 47.47.
And I think it was Lauren who before.
Zania Gayer now on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Sarah Lally from Loveland is our next competitor at the start.
Repeated their bid number, and it's like, what am I writing?
Right.
Sarah pushing out of the start gate. Mackenzie Budman will be our next competitor to go as we watch Zania Gayer nearing the finish. Gayer pushing to the line, and Gayer across. On a tough break up there for Lally. She's a did not finish. Gayer crossed with a time of 49.04. Out of the start gate, Mackenzie Budman from Team Summit. Here comes Mackenzie. Mackenzie Cross will follow her to Team Summit. Mackenzie's running back to back.
Send 7-4.
Mackenzie Cross has left the start. Lauren Hopkins is on deck, approaching the finish. This is Mackenzie Budman. And Budman across. Mackenzie with a time of 50.70. Here comes Mackenzie Cross from Team Summit. Lauren Hopkins pushing out of the start gate up top, and that puts us to Roxy Kroger, be our next competitor.
Copy.
Across the finish, that's Mackenzie Cross into the top 7 with a time of 46.47. Lauren Hopkins now on course. L-Hop from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Roxy Kroger getting ready to go out of the start. Lauren Hopkins looking to put in a finish. Let's see how quick those feet are for Lauren. She finds that quick section to her liking. Lauren Hopkins across the finish. Nellop's got a fast time, 44.16.
She hadn't finished a run yet.
Roxy Kroger on course from Aspen. Blake Chandler is in the start from Telluride.
Send two.
Roxy Kroger from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Approaching the finish, Blake Chandler has left the start. Kylie DiMarzio will be our next competitor to go. Across the finish line, Roxy with a time of 50.01. Here comes Blake Chandler from Telluride.
Send three.
Kylie DiMarzio has left the starting gate. Rainey Fell is on deck. Blake Chandler from Telluride, the skier coming at us right now. Cheer on the Telluride racer to the finish line. And Blake crossing with a time of 50.96. Kylie DiMarzio from the Powderhorn Racing Club. She's on course, the upper section of the main pitch here. The Slalom Arena, good quick course set by Jake Woolen from Team Winter Park. Our leader at the finish right now, Logan Gross-Didier, our first racer right out of the gate. Rainey Fell has left the start gate up above. And Kylie DiMarzio from Powderhorn approaching the finish. Through the finish down there, that was Kylie DiMarzio with a time of 102.61. Rainey Fell on course from Loveland. Just leaving the start, Christina Shamshuren from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Rainey's from Loveland, and she's got quick feet down there. Nice job through that quick section for Rainey. As she approaches the finish line and across, Rainey Fell with a time of 46.91, currently in 11th position. That was a great run for the Loveland skier. Here comes Christina Shamshuren. Christina, a U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Tessa Kasagi is up top, and down goes Shamshuren. Tough for Christina. She'll be a did not finish. All right, just now leaving the start gate. That's bib number 6, Tessa Sajagny. Caitlin Lemon is on deck. Tessa from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail.
Send 8.
Caitlin Lemon leaving the start up top. On deck, Jacqueline Miller. Tessa Sajagi. Approaching the finish line. Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer will cross 2.08. Caitlin Lemon from Team Summit on course. Jacqueline Miller, her teammate, is waiting in the start. Reminder to the athletes to head back up for inspection of the second run immediately at the conclusion of this run.
9 is on, 10 is in.
As we look to gain back a little bit of time in our schedule, wrap things up before the lifts close here at Steamboat. Here comes Jacqueline Miller up on the upper section. Caitlin Lemon, her teammate, crossing with a time of 5:4.73. Abby Britz is in the start. Jacqueline Miller.
Send 10.
The middle of that main pitch looking good down here as Abby Britz leaves the start up top. Sonia Schaub will be our next competitor to go, but right now it's Jacqueline Miller. And Miller across the line with a time of 52.35. Abby Britz from Powderhorn is on course. Two races in a day, that's 4 runs in all for these competitors. Can make for a long day, but it's similar to a training day. And always nice to have another race on deck. If the first race doesn't go your way, 2 chances to really put together the kind of run that you're hoping for. Sonia Schaub has left the starting gate up top. She'll be followed by Winter Phillips, and down bottom it's Abby Britz from Powderhorn. And Britz across with a time of 105.46. Oh, trouble up top for Sonia Schaub. Sonia looks like she's off course and will be a did not finish. Tough break for Sonia.
Could you hear it?
Winter Phillips, our next competitor. She's on course as she pushes out of the start gate. She'll be coming into view in just one moment.
You got the advantage.
Blakely McCord is in the gate next. Here comes Winter Phillips.
Now I don't feel so bad.
Winner's one to watch. She had a fast first race. A little straddle, unfortunately, for Winter in that first race. There was some really good skiing. Here comes Blakely McCord out of the start gate up top. Winter Phillips now on the lower section. Mari Rennick on deck. Winter Phillips approaching the finish. Exciting racing here on All Out, and it's Winter into the top 7 with a time of 45.71. Blakely McCord off course. That's a tough break for Blakely. It looks like she will be a did not finish. Mari Rennick will be our next competitor. Mari pushing out of the start. Mari, our race winner in that first race. She's putting the pedal down here. Logan Gross-Didier has set the standard out here today with the fastest run we've seen all day on this hill for any course. Mari Rennick. One of the contenders to watch. Let's watch her as Hazel Barker leaves the start.
17 is on, 18.
Mari Rennick approaches the finish. And Mari across into 4th position with a time of 4:3.56. Hazel Barker on course now from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. She'll be followed by Palmer Olvestad. Hazel Barker approaching the finish. Palmer Olvestad up top. Across the line she comes. Hazel Barker with a time of 50.82, and down goes Olvestad. Barker, Olvestad, Palmer. Not really loving things here today. Tough break for Palmer as she goes out. And we wish Palmer better luck for her next runs.
What? Want to start, stop. I'm waiting for that to clear.
Palmer hiking up to collect some gear. Riley Regan from Powderhorn will be our next competitor to go. Riley up in the start gate.
Yes, go on 19.
And Riley is on course.
19 is on, 20 is in.
Riley from the Powderhorn Racing Club, and Riley having trouble up high on the course, and Riley Be letters and not numbers, a DNF for Riley Regan. Eden Domino will be our next competitor. Eden from Team Summit, and Eden has pushed out of the start. She's on course. Mia Lupiner will be our next competitor to go, but right now we're watching Eden Domino. 16 racer from Team Summit.
Send 2-1.
She's flying down the hill, really letting those skis run. Is Domino, as Lupiner pushes out of the start up top.
21 is on 22.
Eden Domino working the tail of those skis. She's putting it down the hill. This is a good looking run. Across the line, Domino with a time. Moving into the top 8 with a 45.01. Mia Lupiner, the U14 racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, following. You can see Mia really trying to charge hard down the hill, making strong turns. She'll be followed by Nadia Burkovsky, who has just left the start gate. Mia Lupiner threw that quick flush down at the bottom. Approaching the line, Lupiner across with a time of 50.56. Nadia Burkovsky from the Powderhorn Racing Club is now on course. Alessandra Loro will be our next competitor to go.
2-3.
Alessandra pushing out of the start up top is Nadia Burkovsky approaching the finish. Powderhorn racer. I like the pink and green shin guards. The ultimate in style for Nadia as she crosses with a 56.07. Here comes Alessandra Loro. She's a U14 racer from Team Summit. She'll be followed by another U14, Isa Erickson from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. She's on course up top. She'll be followed by Alaska Speedy.
24 is on 25.
Alessandra Loro having a good run as she approaches the finish. And Loro across the line, Alessandra with the 49.85. Issa Erickson dropped a ski off up there up top. That's a tough break for Issa.
Johnny copies 2-4 out.
Aspen racer will be a did not finish on this run. We'll look for a good run from her on the next run. These racers toward the back in the pack will have a great start in that second run. All right, Alaska Speedy will be our next competitor to go up in the top. She's on course. She's from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, and she will be followed by Zoe Nelson from Team Summit. Here comes Alaska into view.
What was a bit on start? 2-7. No, 2-7's on start. Who do you have in?
26.
And then 28.
Alaska Speedy.
They're trying to confuse us.
Send 2-6.
Doing a nice job down here, keeping those turns up above the gate.
They're confusing the finish.
Zoe Nelson has just left the start.
26 is on.
Alaska Speedy approaching the finish. To the line she comes, Alaska Speedy with a time of 47.90. Zoe Nelson, a tough break up top, and she's out. It did not finish for Zoe Nelson. Kira Raftery is now on course. Kira just now coming into view from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. She'll be followed by her teammate Ella Dry. It's perfect for me in this rhythm section with the pink shin guards matching the red side, blue shin guards matching the blue side. Raftery looking good. Dre has just left the starting gate. Camden Holmes on deck. Here comes Kira. Approaching the bottom of the course, Kira Raftery.
Got 2 minutes to finish.
Good solid run. Kira across with a time of 55.80, 55.80. Ella Dry from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale on course. She'll be followed by Camden Holmes from Eldora. Camden getting ready to go up top right now, and she is on course. But Ella Dry throwing it down the hill. This is a good looking run for the U16 from Vale. Across the line comes Ella. Ella into the top 12 with a time of 46.63. Camden Holmes is on course. She'll be followed by Lucy Novak. Camden from Eldora. Lucy from Loveland. So Camden in view down at the bottom. Just leaving the start gate is Lucy Novak. Approaching the finish line, she comes and across. It's a good time for Camden of 47.27. Lucy Novak from the Loveland Ski Club is on course. Jill Ward from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale will be up next.
Send 3-3.
Three is on. 3-4 is in.
Down to the finish line comes Lucy Novak. And Lucy across with a 50.01. Jill Ward is on course. Kaylee Goforth is in the gate.
3-4 is fast, so yeah, just a question of how fast it is.
Jill, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer.
Sending 3-4.
Naya Brogy on the lower section now. Bailey Hayes waiting in the start up top. And approaching the finish comes Naya Brogy. Naya to the line. Out of the start, our final racer, Bailey Hayes. Naya Brogy across with a time of 5:1.24. Bailey Hayes from the Eldora Mountain Ski and Snowboard Club is on course. She's our final racer. Bright pink helmet, piercing the dark clouds and snowfall here at Steamboat Ski Resort. Bailey Hayes. Reminder to the athletes to hustle right back around for your inspection. Inspection is open for the final run with the second run race start at 3:15. So athletes, right back to the start for inspection. Inspection is now open. 3:15 will be your start time, Bailey Hayes. Through the finish, and Bailey has a time of 5:09.15. That wraps up our first run here of the Sync Women's Race. We'll be back at you at 3:15 Mountain Time for our final run of the day here in Steamboat Springs.
clear.
We have forerunner number 1.
No.
All right, and our first forerunners on the course.
Hand time on one, please.
Still 0.7.
All right, and there's our first forerunner down. Next forerunner's in the gate.
Send second forerunner.
13, 5, 3, 5, 6, 6, 9. Hand time on the first forerunner, please.
Forerunner 2 is on course.
And forerunner 2 is on the course.
Jumping up and down.
Time of the first one.
First racer.
All right, third forerunner coming down the course.
Final forerunner is on course. Number 37 is in the gate.
Right, we'll wait to hear from finish that the third forerunner has passed.
All right, that's our final forerunner. We're into the racers now. In the start, Bays Haley, bib 37.
3, 7.
In the gate.
All right, we have bib 37, Bailey Hayes on the course.
15, 16.
Coming down. Next in the start, bib 36, Naya Bragi, now on the course.
36 is on.
Five, 3, 6, 8.
And 37 crosses the finish line with a time of 5:3.68.
For a combined time
For a combined time of 1:52.83.
And she's in first place.
And she's in first place.
you can see that
And Naya finishes with a time of 47:09 and a combined time of 1:38.33.
wait a minute.
Now on the course, we got bib 35, Brittany Freudenberger.
And Brittany's across the line with a time of 45:55 for a combined time of 1:33.74.
7:33.
Now on course, we have bib 34, Kaylee Goforth, followed by bib 33, Jill Ward.
But you can, if you're sitting there with time.
And Kaylee's in with a time of 41:41. No combined time. On course, number 33, Jill Ward, and Lucy Novak, bib 32. And Jill crosses the line with a time of 1:08.03 for a combined time of 2:20.9. On course, bib 30, Camden Holmes. And finishing with a time of 44:93 for a combined time of 1:34.94, Lucy Novak. On the course, bib 30, Camden Holmes. In the start, bib 29, Ella Dry. And on the course is Ella. And finishing, Camden Holmes with a time of 43:93 for a combined time of 1:31.22.
And if you want to.
So you've got more information.
And now on the course, Kira Rafferty, bib 28. And finishing with a time of 43:84, putting her in first place with a combined time of 1:30.47 is Ella Dry, bib 29. Now on the course, bib 26, Zoe Nelson. And across the line is Kira Rafferty with a time of 52:19 for a combined time of 1:47.99.
7:25. Will not finish.
And 2:06 will not finish.
And you can
25 is now on course, Alaska Speedy. Oh no, down goes Alaska Speedy. And 2-5 abandons. Now on the course, Isabel Erickson, bib 24. Coming out of the start, Alessandra Laro, bib 23, on the course. And coming to the finish, Isabel Erickson with a time of 45.63, bib 24. On the course, bib 22, Nadia Burkovsky, and finishing with a time of 49.04 for a combined time of 138.89 is Alessandra Laro. Nadia making her way down the course now. And on the course at the top, Maya Lippener, bib 21. And Nadia finishing with a time of 52.88 for a combined time of 148.95. Bib 20, Eden Domino on course. Maya finishing with a time of 46.28 for a combined time of 136.84. Bib 19, Riley Regan on course and finishing with a time of 43.14 for a combined time of 128.15 to put her into first place is bib 20, Eden. Riley finishing with a time of 45.72. That's bib 19, Riley Regan.
Screwed up the start order.
All right.
What? I think I won. No.
Thank you, Amos. Palmer Olvestad is on course from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail.
That's true.
What?
Yeah.
That would have been her better.
Yeah, but are we gonna send her next? So.
No.
Send 17.
Palmer with a good looking run as she makes her way approaching the finish.
We can run at 16.
And Palmer through with a time of 41.77, the fastest second fastest second run time so far. Good job, Palmer. Hazel Barker is on course now from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. And out of the start comes Lydia Pilarowski up top. Hazel Barker approaching the finish.
Doesn't that make sense?
15 should be in. Status of 15?
Approaching the finish line.
Okay. She did not start.
Okay.
And across, it's going to be Hazel.
Okay.
Send 14.
And did not finish for Hazel Barker, bib number 17. Lydia Pilarowski is on course. Just out of the start gate, Mari Rennick.
You got a feel for it.
Yeah, they better be careful. Coming for people's jobs.
Lydia Pilarowski across with a 51.91. Now on course, Mari Rennick from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. She was 4th fastest after that first run. She's going to be one to watch here in the second run. Out of the start gate, Blakely McCord up top, but it's Mari Rennick making her way onto the lower section. Approaching the finish is Rennick. Eden DeMino, our current leader in the clubhouse, but across the line, we've got a new leader, Mari Rennick, with a time. Mari with a second run time of 41.09. That's the fastest second run. Out of the start comes Winter Phillips up top. Blakely McCord from Loveland approaching the finish. And across the line. Not across the line. Blakely McCord with some trouble at the bottom. Should be a did not finish. Winter Phillips on course. Winter, U14 from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale.
Counting copies, 13 out.
Send 11.
Winter one to watch. She was 9th fastest in that first run. As Sonia Schaub has just left the starting gate up top. Winter Phillips is approaching the finish line. And across comes Winter Phillips with a time of 44.78. That's currently in 4th position overall. Sonia Schaub from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale's on course. Abby Britz will be our next racer out of the gate.
Send 10.
Just now leaving the start, it's Abby Britz from Powderhorn. Sonia Schaub from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale is approaching the finish.
What was that? A little extra time.
Across the line from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, Sonia, your time 51.09. Abby Britz from the Powderhorn Racing Club on course. Jacqueline Miller from Team Summit is in the start.
Send 9.
Jacqueline Miller has left the starting gate up top. She's from Team Summit. Abby Britz from the Powderhorn Racing Club approaching the finish. And Abby Britz is through with a time of 1 minute, 0.25 seconds. Jacqueline Miller from Team Summit. She's on to the lower section, and just leaving the start is Caitlin Lemon. Caitlin racing for Team Summit. Two Team Summit girls are on course at the moment.
You're using the wrong channel. We're on channel.
Jacqueline Miller.
Steamboat Ski Resort.
He's got his scan button. It's not their fault. He's pushed scan. Your starter, whoever that was. All right, Caitlin
If your green light's flashing,
Lemon is on course. Jacqueline Miller crossed the finish with a time of 51.05. Caitlin Lemon now on course. U16 racer from Team Summit. No, it's not. That's not the problem.
that's not the problem.
All right, through the finish, Caitlin Lemon with a time of 48.47.
It's a scanning issue.
You're scanning, and when you're scanning, you pick up everything.
Margaret Gustafson now into view onto the lower pitch past the coach's knoll in pick point. Tessa Sajagi will be our next competitor out of the start.
10-6.
And Tessa has left the start gate up above. Margaret Gustafson in view down below. Gustafson coming off the pitch, approaching the flats near the finish line. And Margaret Gustafson across with a time of 50.28. Tessa Sajagi is on course right now. Tessa from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale.
Send 7.
Already sent 7.
Oh. We have sent 7, sorry.
Send 5.
No, it's okay.
5 is on, 4 is in.
Christina Shamshran is on course up above. Tessa Sajagi is on course down below.
Does that work better?
And Tessa through the finish with a time of 5:09.66. Getting a little wild up there is Christina Shamshran, but she's keeping it on course. She kept her momentum. U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale went out in the first run looking for a good finish here in the second run. Rainey Fell from Loveland has just left the start gate. Here comes Christina Shamshran through the finish, and Christina with a time of 44.02. That's the 7th fastest time here on this second run. Rainey Fell on course right now. She's from the Loveland Ski Club. Kylie DiMarzio will be our next competitor out of the start. Kylie has just left the gate.
3 is on, 2 is in.
Rainey Fell approaching the finish. Bib number 4 from Loveland. She was 15th fastest after that first run, looking to make a good move up through the field here. And she's across with a time of 46.10, puts her into 6th position unofficially at the moment. Kylie DiMarzio, our next competitor on course. Blake Chandler up in the start, and Blake is now on course up at the top of the hill. So we've got Kylie DiMarzio on the lower section from Powderhorn, Blake Chandler from Telluride on the upper part of the course, and Roxy Kroger is in the start. Through the finish, Kylie DiMarzio with a time of 1 minute, 0.76 seconds.
Send 1.
Blake Chandler from Telluride is on course. Roxy Kroger pushing out of the start. That leaves Lauren Hopkins on deck.
75 is in.
Blake Chandler through the finish. Blake with a time of 49.04 moves Blake into 12th position unofficially at the moment. Roxy Kruger.
Send 7-5.
Onto the midsection now is Lauren Hopkins. Pushes out of the start up top. Roxy from Aspen. Lauren from Vale. Mackenzie Cross is on deck. Here comes Roxy Kroger approaching the finish. Roxy across the line with a time of 48.79 moves Roxy into 11th position at the moment. Here's a good looking run from Lauren Hopkins from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. She was 5th fastest after that first run. Looking to make a strong run here. Can she get onto the U16 podium? Across the finish comes L-Hop and Lauren Hopkins with a time of 41.49. 3rd fastest second run. That moves Lauren into 2nd position overall at the moment. The 2-run time of 125.65. Exactly a second back of our current leader, Mari Rennick. Mackenzie Cross is on course. Mackenzie from Team Summit, a U16 racer. In the start gate, it's Mackenzie Budman Another Team Summit athlete.
Go down here, you could probably find it. But
Not right now.
not right now. Yes.
Send 7-3.
Mackenzie Cross 11th fastest in that first run. Leaving the start gate, her teammate Mackenzie Budman.
Copy.
And across the finish line, Mackenzie Cross into 7th position. Mackenzie's second run time, 4:05.37. Mackenzie Budman is on course. In the start, Sarah Lally
7-2.
from the Loveland Ski Club. Sarah pushes on course up top. Mackenzie Budman through the flush on the lower pitch. Zania Gayer will be our next competitor to go out of the start. Across the line comes Mackenzie Budman.
Send 7-1.
And Budman with a time of 50.32 moves her into 16th position at the moment. Sarah Lally from Loveland is in view down at the bottom. Zania Gayer has just left the start gate up top. Lauren Leffel is on deck. Across the finish, Sarah Lally with a time of 47.04. Good run for Sarah. Zania Gayer now on course. Zania from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Lauren Leffel has just left the gate up top.
7-0.
And June McGinn on deck.
Copy.
Here comes Zania Gayer approaching the finish line. And Zania across into 11th position. Second run time of 47.10.
Send 6-9.
Lauren Leffel's on course. Lauren is a U14 racer from Team Summit. June McGinn leaving the start up top.
Send 6-9.
And across the finish,
I know what happened.
69 is on, 67 is in.
across the finish, it is Lauren Leffel into 9th position. Lauren, your second run time, 46.18 into 9th place. June McGinn on course from Eldora.
Confirming it's 6-7 you have in gate.
Riley Powers from Loveland will be our next competitor out of the start.
Send 6-7.
Riley Powers pushing out of the gate up top. June McGinn from Eldora approaching the finish.
6 is in.
Copy.
June McGinn across the line. June with a time of 1:01.56. Riley Powers from the Loveland Ski Club is on course. Shay Armistead from Vale is in the start.
Send 6-6.
Shay pushes on course up top as Riley Powers makes her way towards the finish down below. This is going to be close. See Riley and Shay on course. Riley approaching the finish.
In 65s it did not start also.
Annabelle Zerbay getting ready to go out of the start. Annabelle is on course out of the start. Riley Powers through the finish with a 105.61. Finish, that was Shay Armistead from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Shay moves into 8th position with a time of 45.38. Annabelle Zerbay looking to make a move. She was 7th fastest in that first run as Tessa Barbour pushes out of the start up top. Down towards the finish comes Annabelle Zerbay. And Annabelle skis into 4th position.
Coming is good.
Annabelle, second run time of 4:3.89. Skis into 4th place at the moment as Tessa Barbour from Eldora makes her way on the lower pitch. Leaving the start up top, it's Bella Fisher from Steamboat. She will be followed by Ray Shrestha. And approaching the finish, Tessa Barbour.
61 is in.
And Tessa will cross with a time of 55.21. Bella Fisher on course. Bella from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Her teammate Ray Shrestha pushing out of the start. Up top, she'll be followed by Claire Jackson.
61 is on. 60 is in.
Here comes Bella Fisher towards the finish. And Bella across into 11th position at the moment with a time of 46.15. Ray Shrestha on course from Steamboat. Claire Jackson from Summit getting ready to go up top. Ray was 6th fastest in that first run as Claire pushes out of the start up top. Ray putting down a good run here on the second as well. This is going to be an exciting finish for Ray Shrestha from Steamboat into 5th position at the moment. Ray's second run time 44.43. Claire Jackson from Team Summit is on course. In the start, we've got Reagan Holmes.
5-9.
Reagan Holmes pushing out of the start gate.
59 is on. 58 is in.
Claire Jackson approaching the finish. And across the line comes Claire with a time of 49.22. Reagan Holmes from the Eldora Mountain Ski Club on course. Taylor Ray will be our next competitor out of the start. She's now on course.
Copy.
Reagan Holmes approaching the finish.
We're getting there.
And she's across with a time of 47.30, moves into 16th position at the moment. Taylor Ray from Team Winter Park is on course. Georgiana Henry is our next competitor to go. And Georgiana has left the start gate.
57 is on. 56 is in.
On deck, Rosie Neal. Taylor Ray approaching the finish. Georgiana Henry over the breakover. And across comes Taylor Ray. Taylor, second run time of 48.78. On course up top, it's Rosie Neal. Approaching the finish, Georgiana Henry.
5 is in.
Georgiana from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. And Georgiana will cross with a time of 47.32, moving her into 17th position unofficially at the moment. Rosie Neal is on course. She's from Team Summit.
5.
Kalea Lutz-Saladin will be our next competitor start, and she is on course up top.
5-5 is on. 5-4 is in.
Copy.
Rosie Neal. Through the finish line, Rosie, your time 5:4.19. Kalea Lutz-Saladin. Oh, some trouble up there for Kalea, but she stays with it, stays on course. Petra Schmidt has just left the start.
4 is on. 5.
On deck, Jacqueline Woodrow. But right now we're watching the U14 racer out of Aspen. Kalea Lutz-Saladin making her way towards the finish. Kalea across with a time on that second run of 50 .94. Petra Schmidt from Eldora is on course. Jacqueline Woodrow from Vale in the start.
That's TRS, or yeah.
And on course comes Jacqueline. Petra Schmidt from Eldora. About 10 gates to go for Petra. Jacqueline Woodrow on the upper part of the pitch. Margaret Bellotti getting ready to go up top. Through the finish line, it's Petra Schmidt with a time of 53.74. Bellotti has left the starting gate up top. We're watching Jacqueline Woodrow down below. Jacqueline, a U14 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Emily Tuohy is on deck. Across the line, Jacqueline Woodrow with a time of 53.10. Margaret Bellotti from Team Winter Park is on course. Just leaving the start, it's Emily Tuohy. Nadia Leunig on deck. All right, through the finish, Margaret Bellotti into 17th position with a 4.7.62, a good second run for Margaret. Emily Tuohy from Telluride is on course.
She is clear to send when the course is clear.
Oh, and some trouble there for Emily. Getting a little twisted. Looked like she planted her pole in a bad spot. And Tuohy's off course will be a did not finish. All right, on course, it's Nadia Leunig up there. Nadia from Team Summit U16. She was third fastest after that first run. This will be one to watch. More challenging course conditions here for the second run. These racers right now were early starters in that first. Got a bit more of a challenge here on the second, running back in the pack late in the day. Caitlin Truitt has left the start up top. And Nadia Leunig doing well as she approaches the finish. A good looking run for Leunig. And she's across into third position at the moment. Nadia, second run time of 43.35. Caitlin Truitt from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale is on course. Anya Chadbourne from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale to follow. Anya has left the start up top. Here comes Caitlin Truitt towards the finish. Two Ski and Snowboard Club Vale teammates attacking the all-out race hill at Steamboat Ski Resort. Caitlin Truitt across with the second run time of 48.83. That's a good second run. Anya Chadbourne now in view. Madison Basinger from Winter Park will be up next. Leaving the start is Madison from Winter Park. Anya Chadbourne approaching the finish. Anya's had a good day. She crosses the line. Anya with the time of 48.46. Madison Basinger from Team Winter Park. She's on course. Caitlin Zatorsky will be our next competitor out of the start. Basinger shaping her turns nicely down here, keeping a good high line, good round line. Leaving the start up top was Caitlin Zatorsky. She's on course now. Violet Gronendahl will be our next competitor to go. As we watch Madison Basinger approach the finish. Across the line for Madison, a time of 56.77. Caitlin Zatorsky from Aspen on course. Violet Gronendahl has just left the start gate up top. Gracie Cohn will be our next competitor to go. Here comes Caitlin Zatorsky. Caitlin across the line with a time of 49.71. Violet Gronendahl from Eldora on course. Gracie Cohn from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail has just left the start.
44 on, 43 in.
Copy.
Violet from Eldora.
Yeah, no 42.
Skiing to the finish line, she'll cross with a time of 55.30. Gracie Cohn on course. Gracie was 10th in that first run. U16 racer from Vail. Ava Vincent has just left the start gate up top.
Copy.
Sienna Fuller will be our next competitor to go as we look up the hill and pick up the skiing of Ava Vincent from Eldora. Across the line, Gracie Cohn moves into 13th position. Second run time for Gracie of 47.32.
741.
Sienna Fuller up top. She just left the start gate. Ava Vincent from Eldora is approaching the finish.
Copy.
Across comes Vincent with a time of 50.20. That's a good run for Ava. Sienna Fuller from Aspen. She's a U14 racer. She was 14th fastest overall in that first run. Marloes Adrianci is our next competitor. She has left the start gate. This is Sienna Fuller approaching the finish. Fuller from Aspen.
What was that?
39 is coming.
And into view now is Marloes.
I think I said something like second to last racer. But
Yeah.
Give Gross Didier the whole hill is what I think he said.
well, we'll just do finish intervals at the end of the race.
Sienna Fuller across with a time of 48.02. That was 30th fastest on the second run. Moves her into 17th position overall. Jessica Hyde pushing out of the start as her teammate from Winter Park, Marloes Adrianci, crosses the finish. It's going to be a time for Marloes of 49.90. Jessica Hyde on course from Team Winter Park. Logan Gross Didier will be our next competitor and our final competitor out of the start. Also our first run leader. Jessica Hyde from Team Winter Park. She was 19th fastest in that first run. Now the challenge with the rough course here in the second run, flat light. Can she stay in the top 20? It's a big task in this TRS seating system, but Jessica skiing well. Jessica Hyde from Winter Park pushing to the finish line, and she'll cross.
10:38, final racer.
With a time of 47.99. Moves Jessica into 22nd position. That was a good, strong effort for Jessica. All right, our final racer, Logan Gross Didier from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. She's on course, now into view. Logan, our first run leader. Now she has to run last. Can she hold that lead despite the challenging course conditions? Gross Didier skiing strong halfway through now as she approaches the flush. Gross Didier. Oh, and a straddle on the lower pitch, and Gross Didier not able to find the finish line in either race for two runs. It's going to be a did not finish for Logan Gross Didier. Tough break for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier. So unofficially, that puts Mari Rennick in that top spot. A second behind Lauren Hopkins, and a second behind that, Nadia Leunig, for our unofficial top 3 at the moment. Great job to all the girls. A great day of racing here at Steamboat. 2 race runs, 2 races in the books for these sink slalom racers. It was well done. Before we sign off, we'd like to thank our gold support partners for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, starting with Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, our race host for today. The City of Steamboat Springs, Deer Park Road, Native Excavating, Steamboat Radio, Smart Wool, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Twin Enviro Services, Steamboat Sotheby's International Realty, UC Health, SBNY, and Colorado Event Rentals. A big thank you to our great gold support partners here at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. That'll wrap up our first day of racing here for the Sink Cup at Steamboat Springs. We hope you'll join us tomorrow for the men's and women's giant slalom races. The women will run their race in the morning. The men will run their race in the afternoon. And then we'll have men's slalom racing for you on Sunday. The awards ceremony will be at about 4:30 down at the stage.
Copy, thank you. So timing would like to confirm.
And again, congratulations to all the competitors. We're going to sign out and hope to see you back tomorrow for the giant slalom.